on. I have no audio level on my mic. Wait a minute. Could you guys not hear me this whole time? Hold on. Chat, hello? Yay. I'm seeing yay. Can you guys hear me? Dude, I unmuted my mic. My audio levels... Dude, I banned a chatter for telling me to hurry up, even though I was talking. Dude, I thought you guys could hear me this whole time, and you couldn't hear me. Dude, I was memeing. I was memeing for a whole 6 minutes, and you guys couldn't even hear me. I was talking to myself. Oh, my God. I just banned some poor chatter for no reason. God damn it. I was... Oh, it feels so fucking impersonal now. Dude, I thought I was being a dickhead when I was joking with the guy. He just got banned for no reason. I thought he could hear me. God damn it. Well, that's the PSM way. I just do some stupid shit when I start the stream every time. What's up, chat? I see you guys all down there. By the way, alright, I know some of you guys are on screen right now. And, you know, if you're a member, you get added to the stream avatars down here. Like, see, I have Spider Clownery from the chat. I have myself, Karita Kid. And for those of you who are on screen, you can ask me to change your avatar. I have quite a few options. I have Marvel characters, I have DC characters, I have the Smash Brothers roster. I could make you a lot of things. So if you are on screen, just be sure to send me a message in the chat and I can get you an avatar to your liking. So will you unban the ban chatter? I can't unban time limit bans. So if I ban somebody for 10 minutes, it's 10 minutes no matter what. I'm very happy being the pink Yoshi. Thank you, Kai. Well, I'm glad. I set you down carefully. Can I get a symbiote Spidey? We do not have symbiote Spidey, but we have a bunch of regular old Spideys. So once you come down, I didn't think that through. I just threw you in the air. Oh, there you are. Okay. Let's see. I can make you... I've been messing around. I haven't even gotten to work yet. Here. You're Spider-Man. This is the best I can do, alright? You can either be regular, you can be classic. Well, I mean, I say regular as an MVC regular, which is orange and blue. You could be, you know, more accurate Spidey coloring. You can be pink, like Spider Clownery is, or you can be this ugly color. This is what I like to call Web of Shadows version. No, I'm just kidding. JWS, change me? Okay, either Venom or Wolverine. Well, if you give me a choice, I'm going to pick Venom. Get out of the way. Stop crowding this guy. What's wrong with you? This is Tormus. Come on. I'm trying to get this guy looking right. Venom. Yes. Let's see. What color choices do we have? Ew. Josh, thank you for joining the channel. Josh, you now have the choice of being whoever you want. Let me know in the comments. I'm going to make you regular Venom. Alright. Enough fucking around. Alright. It's time to get to work. Josh, you are a member. Thank you for becoming a member. You can now join the members only Discord, which is in the membership tab of the channel.
Gave me $1.99.
Thank you.
You're lucky I'm not playing Simpsons Fortnite RN.
I didn't even know that was going on right now. Let me be Venom. Oh. Thank God I get another Venom to populate the screen. Alex Webb joined just as the Web of Shadows slander happens. Dude, DeKeef, you are so massive, man. Okay. Venom. Dude, there are so many people on screen right now that everybody gets lost. We got John over here. I've never seen this guy before. Kai, please give me a damn avatar. I can't give it to you. You have to give it to me. You have to join the channel. Kai, when I get my grant money in college, I'm going to be giving money in the streams like crazy. Now, chatters, I will encourage you to be financially responsible. You don't have to give me money. But if you do, I'm very grateful. All right, let's get to work here. Let's get to work. So, right now, I don't want to play this yet because I'm not happy about the audio quality, right? But, Eclipse, thank you for the 1-month membership.
In Fortnite loading screen, Peter has web wings.
Yes, that is one thing that is, I guess, inaccurate about the Fortnite. It's a very stylized Spider-Man on the Fortnite loading screen as compared to the model itself. And that's just one of the things they change. But anyway, I'm animating this scene where Mary Jane and Peter are just having a morning routine. You know, Mary Jane's going somewhere. She can't stick around and hang out. And then Spider-Man gets a call from Daredevil, and they're going to go hang out. So, you know, she leaves. She's got somewhere to be. You know, she's got a little disguise so that she can, you know, travel through the city without getting swarmed. And she leaves Peter to his thoughts. I don't want to spoil too much of what's going on in this scene. But, PSM, don't be shy. Show that new Spidey suit at the end of the Electro video. Chatter, I am so easy to distract. I am so easy to just wander off the point. You know, I have to show you. Because I'm excited about this suit myself. So, in case you guys didn't see the new video, which I hope you did because I was very excited to make it. We're gonna go on a tangent, all right? I'm not gonna work, okay? Don't worry. When I start working, I'm gonna start working. But right now, I'm going off on a tangent. But at the end of the newest video,
33 months? I didn't pass math class, but I think that's a lot. I love you, Mr. PS Man.
Thank you, maybe Spidey. Well, I hope you find great success when you retake your math class. And I'm rooting for you. You can do it. But anyway, at the end of my newest video, right, where I threw Electro off the roof, right? Also, notice how the fucking boots come off the dummy on the costume here. And you can call me a dummy for letting that happen. I take Electro and I throw him off the roof. But that's not the important part. The important part is that I'm wearing a new suit that I've never shown you guys. Or at least I have shown you guys, but you know, you just haven't seen it up close. At least I've shown it to you in a stream. I don't know. But also note the fact that I'm wearing rubber gloves. Okay, comic accuracy. Look at that. You can see the rubber gloves on me. Well, you can barely see it because it's dark as shit. Whatever. Whatever, alright? Here it is. Here's the suit that I was wearing in that end bit there. And I'm going to be wearing it in a short production where I'm going to be playing Spider-Man. I've talked about this a little bit, but I'm going to be playing Spider-Man in a short little fan recreation of USM. Ultimate Spider-Man. I'm very excited about this. I'm also very nervous because I'm going to be playing Spider-Man in something, and that's very scary for me because I want to make sure I get it right. You know, I don't want to mess it up, okay? I'm very worried that I'm going to play Spider-Man and that people are going to see it and they're going to be like, dude, you did not do great. as Spider-Man in this. I thought you were stupid, whatever. I'm worried that I'm not going to do good. So I'm nervous, right? But I'm going to be working with Earth Core Media, and we're going to be doing another one of their series, Page to Screen, which is where they take a comic moment and they, you know, bring it to the big screen. They adapted a moment from one of the most modern and more popular Daredevil runs where Spider-Man comes in and he's like, hey, you killed somebody, stop fighting crime, motherfucker. I'm going to be working with these guys to do one for Ultimate Spider-Man. And, you know, I'm excited to work with them. I'm excited to play Spider-Man in something. I want to get it right. You know, I want to do it. I want to do a good job. Somebody in the chat said, even if you're bad, we'll still glaze you. I don't want you guys to do that. I don't want you guys to mindlessly glaze me. If I make something bad, I want you guys to tell me. But, yeah, I'm going to be working with these guys. We're going to be doing a Page to Screen. It's going to be about Ultimate Spider-Man. I don't want you guys to get your hopes up too much. It's not going to be insane. It's going to be a small scene. But I'm just excited. All right, and I'm very, it's very important to me that I do a good job. So yeah. That was the stun lock. Stun lock over. I'm finally going to get to work now. So, for the people who are just joining in, I am currently animating my Spider-Man just in the kitchen, talking with Mary Jane. You know, very low-stakes scene. Nothing much is going on. Spider-Man doesn't have to worry about the world being destroyed or some crazy shit like that. You know, just an everyday morning for good old Peter Parker. How are you guys doing in the chat? You guys have a good Halloween yesterday? I was very short about my Halloween, you know, of course, because I was recording that Electro video yesterday, and the second I got that footage, I went straight home, and I put that video together, and that was that. I had this plan for the Electro video, like, days in advance. Whatever footage I needed to record on Halloween Day, everything else but that was pre-recorded. So it was really, it was kind of a run and gun video. I went into Halloween knowing that I wanted to have a video out by the end of the day, and I'm glad that I was able to push that out. There are some things, you know, I wish I did a little better with it, but I guess that's just the nature. That's just the nature of making a video so quickly like that. You know, while Halloween was still going on. But I hope you guys liked it. I don't celebrate Halloween anymore. Well, yeah, I know some kids are too old to be running around in costumes. I get that. Hell, I wouldn't have done it this year if I didn't think I could make a video out of it. I only did it for the video. You know, I decided I was going to do the whole thing on a whim, you know. I was just looking at Electro's costume, and I was thinking to myself, I was like, you know, it would be really funny if I made an Electro costume, and it would be really easy compared to what I usually do. And, you know, at that point, I was just like, well, I'm just going to do it. And I just started making the costume. I had the shirt, then I had the pants, and I was like, man, I have the shirt and I have the pants, but I think the mask is what I'm most excited to make. And once I threw that together, I was like, all right, I gotta have this thing done. I have to see what the whole thing looks like because the mask is so cool. So I threw that mask together, and I did everything I needed to do, and I was set. I was set. I was just prepping for No Nut November. That's what someone just said in the chat. Chat. I love you guys. I do not want to hear about your plans for No Nut November. Do not tell me about No Nut November, bro. I do not want to hear that shit. Oh, wait, hold on. What's going on? Kai, did you hear that McFarland is using AI? I've heard a little bit about it, but I haven't seen it. I mean, I'd be down to look at them on stream, the AI pictures, if you guys want to send it to me in the Discord, because I have not seen anything about it yet. I've just been hearing you guys complain about it. No, not that I'm, against you guys complaining about it or anything. I think you should. It just sucks the amount of jobs that we'll lose to AI, Like, you're telling me the great artist, what the fuck am I talking about? The great artist, Todd McFarlane, is fucking, his toy company is generating art for his action figures that only have enough clout to be sold because of his artwork? You're telling me that guy is using AI in his fucking toys? That is stupid. That is so stupid. Like, I remember the guy was so... That guy thought that his drawing ability was so important that he needed to open every episode of his own show by drawing. I watched the Spawn show. Every episode, this dickhead, Todd McFarlane, comes in and he's drawing the same page over and over and over again. And he just gives you a little preamble about the show. That's the guy that's making AI art in his fucking action figures? That is cringe, man. Like, that is comically ridiculous. Jesus, man. What does this world come to? It really is depressing, isn't it? I think, I think now more than ever, chat, it's important that we stick to our guns. Not, like, literally, alright? I'm not talking about, like, your fucking Second Amendment rights or whatever. I'm talking about, like, your what you believe in. You don't like AI? Let people around you know, Don't just fucking let AI seep into your life. Like, I have friends who send me AI reels. Like, I have real life friends that are sending me AI reels that they see on their fucking For You page or whatever. And they don't even know they're looking at AI. Or they do, and they just don't care. They just don't care. Here's the thing. I feel like the way the world is getting fucked up, they want you to just slip into that attitude. They want you not to care. They want you to know that you're so fucked that you should not care about anything around you. And you can't give in to that. You can't give in to that feeling. What are you guys talking about in the... What the fuck are you guys talking about in the chat right now? In Visigal? What the hell are you guys talking about? The only good thing AI is used for are those Bigfoot vlogs. No. No, chatter, no. All right, every form of AI that uses like a shit ton of water. All right, any form of AI that replaces like a human job that a real human could have been getting paid for. Any AI that is used at the detriment of human skill improvement. Like any AI that's used as opposed to a human honing a skill, getting better at it, and just building a tool for themselves. Any AI that removes that from the human experience, that's bad. Bro, Kai, you betrayed us. Kai, I cannot believe you finished the FNAF. You didn't finish the FNAF game. Bro, I played the damn thing. I played the damn thing. What do you want? My goodness. Anyway, chat, it's just important, all right? It's important that you don't let AI do things as opposed to... Chat, you have to learn, okay? That's just a thing about life, all right? You got to learn how to do things. You cannot let something else rob you of the human experience of learning. It's just important. Skill building as a human being is just an essential tool for survival. You can't negotiate that. All right? I don't want you guys to all start thinking the apocalypse is coming or whatever. But imagine the apocalypse does finally hit and you have no sorts of skills to help you navigate this world that you've been thrust into because the AI is gone. I'm just saying. You, as a human being, you have to be able to function on an intellectual level, on a physical level, you know, like being able to do things that you just know how to do. You got to build skills. You can't let the computer do everything for you.
They gave me $2. D. Hi sir, PSM is talking about Dispatch Pure P.
Ah, I see. I've been thinking about playing that game, chat, but I'm worried that you guys wouldn't care if I played that game. I know some of you guys would really care, but I don't know. I don't want to play it unless you guys are dying to see me play it. You guys would have to burn my house down to get me to play it, I think. Is it fine to use ChatGPT for questions? I mean, I don't think so. I don't think ChatGPT is better than, you know, using a search engine. Like, if you have a question, right? You look it up on Google, right? Most of the time, you're going to find it. If you can't find, you know, an answer that really answers your question, you know, you could take it to Reddit. Reddit is where people really learn how to do things. There are communities around most super niche topics. You know, like if you, for example, if you have trouble with your car, right? You go to the chat bot and the chat bot is like, "Oh, well, here if you go open your car hood and you take a shit in your engine," and that's what the AI is telling you because the AI will hallucinate sometimes, which is a real thing. The AI sometimes makes shit up. All right, this is what happens when you use the AI search engine, as opposed to going to Reddit, where you can go into a community of people who talk about that thing all the time, right? And you ask your question to them, maybe they'll be like, "Oh, you're an idiot for not knowing this," or but at the end of the day, you still get your answer. It's just like I'm sorry, I'd rather you use Reddit. I think you just have to know how to search for things, as opposed to just making the AI search for you as well. Like, see, that's another form of skill building, you know, knowing how to navigate the internet. Cars are the wrong example. Not gonna lie, they know that shit 100% of the time, and Reddit is almost
Not
always
watching your
wrong
stuff
on car
recently, but
stuff.
GD on the show.
This guy's the car expert. I'm just saying, chat. It's not good to use AI as opposed to just like using your brain and thinking a little bit. Because I feel like most things, right? Most things you really do not need the AI to figure out for you. You could just go look it up. I had a friend who used AI on a drawing, and I wanted to slap him so hard. Well, don't hurt your friends now. Maybe just encourage him to pick up a pencil. I don't know. Why are you laughing? That's so disrespectful, bro. Sorry, dude. I'm trying not to laugh. So I guess it's not fine to use ChatGPT for a curious question then? I would say no. I really would say no. I think that's there's another thing about AI too. They're at the point where they're charging for it now, right? Like you have to pay to use the chatbot. Maybe I'm wrong, okay? Because I never use AI. Like I know Alex Lennon likes to joke that I'm constantly using AI. That is a bit, all right. It's not real, but I've heard that they're gonna roll out subscription services for the damn thing, and I mean it makes sense, considering like how much fucking energy it uses, and you know all those poor people who have to live in houses next to the fucking giant AI servers, right? And their water is all browned because of what the AI is doing. I'm not kidding, chat. You know what? Let me show this to you guys, because I'm worried that some of you guys don't know what I'm talking about. Hold on. Dude, I'm trying to find the video of the lady who, like, lives near the AI data center, and her water is fucking brown. Like, her water is literally nasty. Ah, well, fuck it. You guys can look it up. Oh my god, someone in the chat just said, the only way you'll ever see me use AI is tracing over an AI image and actually putting effort into it, but that's a huge if. Chatter, that's just as bad. You're not even drawing at that point. And you felt so confident in it that you sent it in the chat twice. No, Chatter, you're not even learning to draw at that point. You're going like, AI, draw an image for me. Draw an image for me so I can trace it out. Chatter, please just learn to draw the things you want to trace over. It's not that hard. Okay, I just got sent the Todd McFarlane AI figure thing. I'm obviously joking. I don't know, Chatter. I don't know what you typed out in that message to make it a joke, but I believe you. You know, not every joke is a banger. I'm not gonna ban him. Okay. Yeah, that is definitely AI. Like, what even is that? Todd McFarlane, of all people. Can I see the whole figure? I want to see the whole figure. Okay. Sorry. I've been yelling about AI for the last, like, 30 minutes. I'm sorry, chat. I just want you guys to know my stance on stuff, right? I don't want you guys to think I was this, I don't want you guys to think I'm a fence sitter, alright? Like, if I died tomorrow, I wouldn't want you guys to be confused as to my opinions on things. Hello, Kai. Yo, what's up, Collie? I don't know how long I'm going to be streaming today. I feel like I can stream for a long time. I've been working my ass off otherwise, you know, so I figure I can relax. Kai, it's in? Here we go. Alright, why are the webs on this figure so weird? I mean, I get it. It's, you know, it's Todd McFarlane. The webs can't be perfect. There's so many of them. That's such a shame. That is such a goddamn shame. You're fucking Todd McFarlane! You've drawn 1 million city backdrops. You're telling me you couldn't shit out an image of a city in the background? Jesus Christ. Oh my God. I heard Todd himself said something about being anti-AI on Twitter. I haven't seen him like actually talk about it. But I've heard he himself is anti-AI. Nevertheless, it is still horrible that his fucking figures are, you know, have some degree of AI. Cause like I mean, just the whole point. Not even the whole point. Like one of the biggest things about Todd McFarlane, right? His whole toy company is, you know, he himself was a super famous artist, right? And his art style was like so revolutionary or whatever. The whole selling point about him, what gets him his clout, is the fact that his art was so good, right? You would think that him turning his business tycoon, which is his action figures and shit or whatever, you would think that would be an avenue for people to get jobs. You know, even if it wasn't Todd McFarlane himself that drew that background, I'm sure he could get some artist that he has on payroll somewhere to just draw him a background for that figure. Or whoever the hell is in charge. Somebody could have gotten somebody else a job to draw that goddamn background. Like, Jesus Christ. It feels like the only kinds of jobs that are available nowadays are the ones where you're fucking flipping burgers or I don't know, cleaning shit off the floor. Like, you can't even get a job to draw anymore. It's horrible. And you know what I mean? Like, I feel bad for you guys. You know what I mean? And I'm not much different from you. You know, like, the only thing that makes me different is that you guys have decided to lift me on your shoulders and let me draw for a living. And I'm very grateful for that. You know, I'm very grateful that I can actually use my skills to get money. And you guys have given me that gift. I'm very grateful for that every day. But every day, I also feel kind of guilty that, you know, you guys may have the same kinds of skills that I do. But there are people out there who could be reaching down and getting you guys opportunities, but instead they're using AI, dude. It just sucks. Like, the world we're growing into sucks. It absolutely sucks. AI tools used for in-between/generating AI images. Dude, I feel like this guy is just pro AI. Like, every time we say he's pro AI, he says he's joking. And now he's talking about AI in-betweens. You know what? There's a really good YouTube video on this. Dude, just go watch this video, please. This video is so good. This outdated video. That's crazy that it calls it outdated. But I think at least in the part where he talks about speaking about how AI doesn't fucking work for in-betweens, that part has aged pretty well. There's like one part in the video where he shows like how ugly an animation. Yeah, I'm floundering on the mic right now. Sorry. I'm not gonna sit here and explain this guy's point for you, but interpolated animation, it's not the move. Hold on, chat. How many times am I going to have to draw Peter today? Why is Peter naked? Because he's in his own goddamn apartment. Can't a guy wear less clothes in his apartment? Can't I give you guys something to look at, for God's sake? Why are you complaining? You seeing some man titties and you're complaining. I thought this is what you guys wanted from me. Did you see my edit of the classic Rivals Spidey suit? I did. I saw some dude ran off with it on TikTok as well. By the way, sorry about that. I hate when that happens. It sucks. I saw you guys talking about it in the Discord. Kai, look at the Discord. Where do you want me to go? Because I don't want to get sidetracked looking for something, and I don't know what you guys are talking about. Hold on. There's a guy role playing as Electro in the donos right now. Dude, did you guys think that bit was funny or was it stupid? I want to know, because Alright, I'm looking in the chat again. I swear to God, if it's some stupid shit. Petitioning for Kai to play Dispatch. You know what? I think you guys should really have to work for this, so I'm going to vote no. Oh, damn. Okay. Well. Is that all you guys wanted me to see? Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Dude, we haven't even finished The Walking Dead. We still got to finish that one. How much is it? How much is Dispatch? Dispatch. I can't even fucking speak today, dude. We want it so badly. I mean, if you guys are really serious about it, I guess. $25 to $30. Sorry, guys. I only got money for Spider-Man related endeavors. Well, maybe I can pirate it.
Hannah XX _ is so
me.
cool they gave me £2. D. I
Thank
care
you,
more
Hannah.
for Dispatch than Walking Dead.
Damn. We're never going to finish that game, are we? Yeah, probably not. I don't know. Is Five Guys a Spider-Man related endeavor, Kai? No, I just genuinely like Five Guys. I'm glad that Spider-Man likes Five Guys. But I would like it whether or not he did. But, you know, Spider-Man's the GOAT. You know, he just knows what he's talking about. You know, of course, he would know that Five Guys Burgers and Fries is the best place to get a cheeseburger. Because, you know, Peter's a genius. Of course he would know. You know, Peter's a smart guy. He knows what he's talking about. He knows where to get his fucking cheeseburgers, man. Alright, now I need to make a version of this frame where he has no face. And I should have done this on a different frame. I did not. I don't need his eyes to move, actually. Forget that. Well, wait. No. No, I don't. Okay. Sorry, chat. My lazy methods are coming through. I don't. What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm really hopeful that Tom can get a comic accurate rogues gallery. Chat, I'm gonna be honest, I have like completely given up hope that like Tom is gonna be this comic accurate thing. At this point, like I'm just expecting him to like just be something else. You know, maybe we'll get some nice touches of guilt in there. But you know, this is not gonna be the Spider-Man we want this guy. He's not gonna be the Spider-Man we want. It's just not gonna happen. Like his at this point, his most foundational years, you know, the high school years, that stuff has been just completely fucking changed. And you know what? That's fine. You know, Tom Holland is not gonna... And I'm not saying Tom Holland is in, like, you know, Tom Holland himself is responsible for this. That's not what I'm saying. Tom is just... He's gonna be something different. He's gonna be... You know, he's gonna have his own Spider-Man tale. It's MCU Spider-Man at this point. It's not even... It's not comic accurate Spider-Man in any way whatsoever. Expect disappointment and you won't be disappointed. Hey, I'm not gonna lie. When Mary Jane said that, she was spitting. Wait a minute, hold on. I need to look at some past frames. What color is Peter's tongue? Those gums are red. Oh man. I need to get a better character sheet. Get one? I need to make one. Okay, red. It's completely red. Somebody in the chat said, give his tongue a web pattern. You can't pirate an indie game? Oh, you're right. You're right. Chat, forget I said that.
So cool they gave me £2. D, you can't pirate in any game, yo frown.
You're right, you're right. Somebody in the chat just said, and I could tell they're not from America just because the way they typed this message. They said, "Nah, mate, you triping." That's fucking funny. Kai, what's your PayPal? Why the hell do you want? Why the hell do you guys want to know my PayPal? What? Huh? Huh? What do you guys want to know my PayPal for? You guys are scaring me. Realistic? No comic book, show, movie, or anything is comic accurate. That's not true. There are degrees... Okay, anything that is similar to a comic, I would consider to be comic accurate, no matter how big or small that thing is. you know, there's degrees of comic accuracy. You know, comic accuracy is almost like a, you know, it's something big and small. It's quantifiable, but in, I don't know. I don't even know how to explain it. I would say something okay, let's say Sam Raimi's Spider-Man suit, for example, right? I would say it's comic accurate in the way that it has the same formatting as the original Spider-Man costume. The logos are all in the same places, same color. You know, the eyes, while being slimmed down, they still, you know, are built the same way they are in the comics. They have a frame and they have a white inside. I would say his suit is comic accurate in the way that it follows how the original is built. Is it different? Yes. Doesn't have the same, you know, big buggy black back logo. It's not as colorful. You know, it's like it's I don't know, chat. You have to have nuance with the way with the way you see it, you know? And there are degrees of comic accuracy in, you know, what gets covered, right? Like how I don't know, just the fact that the animated series has a scene where, you know, Norman knows Peter is Spider-Man, and he is at, you know, he invites Peter to a dinner with all of his friends under the pretext that he knows he is Spider-Man, and he's like trying to taunt him or whatever. And it's even more comic accurate because it, you know, Peter escapes this scene by starting a fucking house fire. Are there some things that are changed? Yeah. But you know, there's a degree to it, I would say. Sigma Chi, what are you using to animate? You make me sound like we're in a fraternity, dude. I use Sprite. I would not recommend it, though, whatsoever. I would not recommend it whatsoever. Not for the kind of animation I do. I think he's using Mario Paint. Alright. Why can't we ever have some nice elevator music going on? Because I don't want to animate to elevator music. Dude? The hell? Why do you guys want me to animate to elevator music? What is wrong with you guys? Kai, why would you swear at that kid? Dude, because I was evil, bro. I was Electro. I was trying to be comic accurate, dude. Come on. Keep up. Is your Spider-Man fighting Doctor Doom? I do not have any immediate plans for him to fight Doctor Doom, but I definitely want the first issue, not the first issue, I want the 5th issue of Spider-Man, ASM number 5. I want that to have happened. Like, I want to do an episode at some point in the show where that episode is referenced, or at least done. You know, I can't animate everything. You know, I feel like I'm at a point now where I have to be very careful picking and choosing what I decide to, you know, animate. Not because I don't want it to happen in my show, but just because I have to be careful what I put my effort and time into. Because I can't put my effort and time into every little thing I want to do. You know, like, remember, I'm animating this shit all by myself. There are some things I just have to accept that I'm not going to be able to do. I have to pick and choose. And at this point, you know, I'm choosing to tell, you know, some slightly original Spider-Man stories before I cover all the stuff from the comics that I want to do. You know? So, do I want Spider-Man to fight Doctor Doom? I would love him to fight. I would love him to fight Doctor Doom. I would love him to have already fought in Doctor Doom. In fact, I want you to know that just because I'm thinking about ASM number 5, it's happened. All right? It's happened to my Spider-Man. So go read ASM 5. Thinking of my guy. Because he's been there. But are you going to see it get animated? I don't know. But I really want it. I really want it to happen. Kai, have you seen Straight Outta Latveria? Yeah, I watched a video on his channel the other day. I thought it was awesome. I didn't watch the whole thing. I should have. You know, I'm not a Doctor Doom fan, but I think the guy's really sick. It's awesome to know that there are other, like, Marvel character YouTubers out there. And I hope if he ever hears about PSM, well, frankly, I hope he says mean things about me because he's Doctor Doom. And I think that'd be sick. Kai, are you going to animate his origin story? I have some stuff from his origin story animated. Like, let me pull up an example here. I have a shot from a hypothetical first episode where he is just, you know, his suit's on the ground, taken off. Right? This is his old suit. The sweater suit. I have another shot where this is not complete. All right, this is not complete.
Hey gang, we need one more guy for the dance. How about Peter Parker over there?
Are you kidding? That bookworm wouldn't know a cha-cha from a waltz.
Peter Parker? He's Midtown High's only professional wallflower.
Yeah, so there's the first panel of the comic right there. I have an animated shot of Spider-Man swinging by. Now, if you've seen the 60s show, you'll recognize that shot. The only reason I feel okay doing this is because the 60s show constantly reuses animation. And I think it'd be very cool to reference that by animating my guy over it. You know, so I get to do my reference to the 60s show in my own little way. So that's the kind of stuff I've been cooking up for his earlier years. Is Paul coming? No. I'm stealing that idea. All right, guys. Come on. Be original. Any advice for storytelling? Well, let me say this, right? By no means am I a great writer, okay? By no means am I an experienced writer. Let me say that right now. I'm not a great storyteller. I don't necessarily know what I'm doing. All right. Let me preface. But if I had to give you guys advice, I would say if you're going to tell a story, right? I would base it off a change in your life, right? To tell a story, you have to have a beginning into an end. And by the time you reach the end, you know, there should be something different about the way, you know, the audience understands this thing that you're trying to talk about. You know? Like, if you are, you know, if you're writing a story about, you know, like grief, for example, or a story about, maybe not grief, because I feel like I wouldn't know how to explain that. If you're writing a story about someone who, like Spider-Man, for example, someone who feels incredibly guilty, you know, he holds his biggest failures against himself, right? One of his biggest character flaws is that, you know, he only sees his own failures. Well, you know, you have to get to a point where you explore what that means, right? How that affects his everyday, how that affects how he deals with things happening to him in his life. You have to let, you know, the flaws of the main character play into the narrative, and, you know, the flaws can interact with this thing that you're trying to say in general. And you have to have, I don't know, chat. I don't know how to explain it. There has to be contrast. You know, if you're making a story based off of this thing that you've been thinking about a lot, you should have some contrasting thoughts in there. You should have some characters that represent, you know, different sides of each other. You know, like if you're making a story about someone who has very low confidence and they're not, you know, they don't feel great about themselves, they feel super guilty. Well, why not make another character that feels, you know, super great about themselves? They're a narcissist. They're so sucked up in how great they are, you know? Like, you should have contrasting thoughts in your general story that where you're already exploring something else. I don't know, chat. I'm just rambling at this point. Everybody is just saying what? I'm never yapping again. Foils is the word you're looking for. Yes. What are your thoughts on Adam Sandler voicing Morbius? What are you guys talking about? That's not a real thing. No way. That can't be a real thing. It can't be. And now chat is screaming no. What are you guys screaming no about? Kai, can you please adapt Kraven's Last Hunt? Yes, 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 yes. I will do Kraven's Last Hunt. Oh, if that were to happen, what would you think? I don't know. Cool, I guess. Clearly going for a more satirical take on the character. Not gonna lie, I can't stand Kraven. Ugh, I am Hunter Man. I must hunt the spider. Ugh, my motivation is literally dying. Bro. This guy has only played Spider-Man 2, the video game. Are you making more supervillain costumes? I mean, I could. I don't know. I mean, if you guys really want me to do it, I will. Excuse me. I just don't want to, I don't want to constantly be doing it, you know? Like, I want it to be special if I'm making a villain costume, you know? Like, I don't want to do it all the time. Kai, would you like to hear Chris Pine voice Spider-Man and more things? Sure. I guess. I mean, you know, I didn't mind him as Peter Parker in Spider-Verse. You know, I thought he was pretty good. I don't mind an older sounding Spider-Man, really. Like I know people think Spider-Man has to sound super boy, or the general public. I don't want to say you guys in here. I know most people think Spider-Man needs to sound super boyish and his voice needs to crack like mine just did because I'm a fucking dickhead. I don't know. But I've always liked when Spider-Man sounds like a little bit of an older guy. Just because it gives him a little more mystique in a way. You know, because if Spider-Man is Spider-Man, you know, and he's being Spider-Man all in front of you, whatever, like he's doing flips, he's making jokes and stuff. He sounds like a little kid. You know, inherently you learn something about the guy and you go, oh, this is clearly a little kid in a spandex costume. But if Spider-Man is a grown man, you know, there's a little less to gleam from what you can tell about him under the mask. You know? Like, yeah, obviously, you know, he's an older guy. I just think it gives him a little more aura, I guess, for lack of a better word. And I think it makes him weirder. Like, why are you a grown man flipping around in spandex? You're weird. I like Spider-Man when he, like, feels strange and unnatural. We need a version of Peter where he's actually happy. I mean, I don't think so. I mean, of course I want the guy to be happy, but at the same time, like, you need to have conflict in your story. I just don't want it to be torture porn, you know? Like Marvel Comics literally sells rage bait. It's just rage bait comics at this point. Would you make a Venom costume? I'd have to get super jacked. Or get like a muscle suit or something. Sorry, I was looking at an older frame for reference. With a happy Peter, you can explore how his life is and who Peter is as a character and has evolved over the years of being Spider-Man. I mean, you can't really explore anything with that concept. Like, Peter being happy as Spider-Man, that's like an end point for the character. Because if Peter is happy, that means he's no longer blaming himself. He no longer feels obligated to drop everything he wants to do to be Spider-Man. Like, that's the end of the story. Like, Peter being content with his life. Like, an ending, like, Peter being happy, there's nothing to explore like there is when Peter is flawed and has problems. Because a problem requires an answer. And, there's a little bit of exploring to be done in that respect, because there's problems to be solved. The character has a flaw, and there needs to be a bit of exploration as to how that flaw is resolved. And if someone is happy, right, that means they're content. Right? There's no problem. Somebody in the chat said, would Peter and Jesse Pinkman trauma bond? No, unfortunately, I think Spider-Man would take Jesse Pinkman to jail. I think. Unfortunately. If Spider-Man came across the RV in the desert while Walt and Jesse are cooking, I'm sorry. Those two are getting arrested. Those two are definitely getting arrested. Oh, you know what? I should do a Breaking Bad crossover episode. That would be awesome. Imagine, right? Peter Parker pulls up on an RV, right? Cooking out in Queens, right? I'll just change Breaking Bad so that it takes place in Queens. I don't know. Fucking Spider-Man hops on the van, and he's like, what's going on in here? What's going on in here? He opens the fucking van, or the RV. Boom! The meth gas fucking leaks out of it. Peter's coughing and shit. And Walter's like fucking, Jesse, we gotta go, Jesse. You know, the van drives off. Spider-Man still coughing on the roof. He fucking falls off when the RV starts. Big old chase scene. RV is fucking barreling down the road. Spider-Man swinging up, trying to catch it. Inside the RV, Jesse's driving and Walter's like, drive, Jesse, drive! Walter runs to the back of the RV and he's cooking up some chemical, right, to throw Spider-Man off when he gets back. Fucking Spider-Man leaps back on top of the RV. He crashes in through the ceiling. Walter fucking splashes Spider-Man with some chemical, right? Disabling him again, right? And they fucking... I don't know. I feel like there is something to be explored in a Breaking Bad crossover. Because, you know, Jesse's got a good heart. Walter has that you know, chemical knowledge, right? And, you know, he and Spider-Man could really go toe-to-toe on that sort of thing. I think it could be cool. I think they'd be more than just your average crooks. What other characters would you like to do a crossover with? I've told you guys about this a million times, but I'll say it again. Ninja Turtles, Batman, Superman. That's pretty much the main list right now. In that order. Ninja Turtles. Well, I don't know. Maybe not Batman. I kind of feel even about Batman and Superman. I want to do a crossover with them just as much as the other. Or with one of them just as much as the other. But top of the list is Ninja Turtles. I want the Ninja Turtles to have a crossover first. If there is going to be a crossover episode, it's going to be that one. Will you adapt Venom's lethal protector side? Well, I mean, yeah, I'm not going to have Venom be some fucking raging asshole. Well, I mean, he is going to be a raging asshole, but he's going to have, like, a code, you know? Like, I'm going to hold... I very much like how Venom... Here's how I see Venom, okay? And this is how he's going to be in my Spider-Man show. Venom does not see himself as a villain. Venom does not think he is a villain. Alright? Venom thinks that he is a superhero who is going to rid the world of the menace that is Spider-Man. To him, Spider-Man is a villain. And so Venom will do heroic things. He will fight crime. He will save a woman from getting mugged in an alleyway. Right? Because he thinks he's a hero. And Spider-Man is the scourge on the earth, you know? So he's not a bad guy unless Spider-Man is around. That's how I'm going to have Venom be in my show. Venom eats people. Yes, he eats people, but like only bad people. At least that's my understanding. He doesn't want innocent lives to be harmed. Thoughts on a Dexter and Spider-Man crossover? Dude, Dexter is getting fucking put in jail. That's what I think. Kai, who do you think plays as the best choice for a predecessor to Spider-Man? Ooh, this is hard. I like Miles, but I also really like Spider-Girl. I haven't read enough
Venomous
Spider
is
Girl.
so
I've
cool
read
they
more
gave me
Miles.
€5. D. Hey Kai, I recently bought the Mighty Marvel Masterworks for Spider-Man.
Yeah!
Can't wait to sink my teeth in them.
Yeah! Hell yeah, dude. Can I get a W Venomous V in the chat? I want more of you guys to read the early Ditko books. Hello, PSM. I had a few problems yesterday, and your video made me laugh a lot. Congrats, man. You're goated. Dude, Kaido, I hope your days get even better. I'm glad I could do that for you. Hold on, chat. I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm back. Six seven 57 68 67 6. That's what this guy said, by the way. I'm not making it up. Who is your least favorite Spider-Man besides the Ultimate Spider-Man show? Probably the Marvel's Spider-Man, the 2017 Marvel's Spider-Man. I did not like that. I really did not like that show. I just thought it was, I don't want to say lazy, you know, but I'm really struggling to think of another word for it. I thought the show, well, this is me complaining about the show, right? Let me talk about Peter. Peter is so fucking annoying in this show, all right? And they don't know how to write smart characters in the show itself. That is very apparent because every character is really smart and they just sit around and talk about how smart they are, including Peter himself. And it's really fucking annoying at a point. And it's just like, I get it. You know, you're smart, she's smart, everyone around you is smart. You're all so unique. I have to listen to Peter fucking over-explain what fucking brain freezes are and how they happen and all kinds of stupid nerd shit like that, right? I gotta sit there and watch him act with no self-awareness. All right? It's just annoying. It's annoying. It's cringe. It makes me dislike the guy. You know, like, it wasn't... You know, back in the day, they used to write Spider-Man being a loser by showing him fucking losing. You know what I mean? Like, Peter would ask out a girl on a date, and she'd be like, no, I'd rather fuck with Flash Thompson. Sorry. That's how they would show Peter Parker being a loser, right? Not fucking sitting there fucking listening to him explaining how fucking brain freeze is happening, or how brain freezes happen. Show him being completely fucking socially inept and just fucking yapping about some fucking topic super autistically. He used to be a loser because they would show him being a goddamn loser. Like, he would sit around crying about being bullied. Yes, it was unendearing, but the motherfucker would go be a superhero. He would go do cool shit. I don't know. Somebody in the chat said, is your Spider-Man meeting Silk? Put your dick away, bro. Put your dick away. Dan Slott. Dan Slott in my live chat. Dan Slott himself asking about Silk in my live chat. Dan Slott himself asking about Silk in my live chat. Dan Slott himself asking about Silk in my live chat. If I do Silk, right, this is how I'm going to do it, right? First of all, by this point, I have made my show so flanderized to the point where I'll have like mini episodes as like YouTube shorts or something. And I'll have had the Ezekiel arc happen or some shit, you know, where Spider-Man learns that, you know, there are other spider people, or he's part of the Totem Society or whatever. And Ezekiel is like, oh yeah, by the way, I have some girl locked up in a bunker it's because I was trying to keep her away from Morlun. Spider-Man's like, oh, okay. Oh, well, Ezekiel is dead by this point, so I guess Spider-Man finds the bunker. And then Silk fucking comes out. And she gets all freaky, and Spider-Man's like, oh my god, get away from me! That's how I would do it. Like, God, man! What the hell is your problem? This lady just tried to molest me. That's what I'd have Spider-Man say.
Spider Clownery is so cool they gave me $4.99. D, bro, you're still on the starting soon screen.
Oh, I am? Fuck. Spider Clownery just gave me fucking $5 to tell me I'm fucking up. Thank you, Spider Clownery. Sorry, guys. Alright, L Streamer, I know. With you, with me. Don't you guys love this song? I love this song. Opinion on Superman Kai. I hate when people say Superman is boring. I think there are a lot of cool things that can be explored with Superman. like how he feels isolated from the population of Earth because of how different he is. I like how, you know, I always liked the aspect of Superman in the way that, like, he you know, yes, he can engage in society and he can, like, talk to other people. He's able to associate with the human race. But I love the idea that, like, yes, he can be among them, but at the same time, he can feel very alone. You know, I love the idea of Superman not just being a civilian, but he's also so powerful that he almost has to parent the world with his strength. And I think people who think that sort of thing is boring, I think that those people are small-minded. No offense. Because I think if you don't think there's anything that can be explored with that, I think you're wrong. I just think you're wrong. What's your opinion on the big time suit? It's okay. I feel like every Spider-Man redesign, or at least most of them suffer from this. Every Spider-Man redesign is just a big spider logo on a suit, and that's it. Like, to some degree, even the black suit suffers from this, but at least, you know, that suit has an interesting way of playing across the body. To some degree, every Spider-Man suit, there's a whole lot of them that are just one color and then a really spiffy spider logo that's a different color that you might not have seen it on Spider-Man before, and that's it. That's the whole suit. And, you know, it looks cool. Not cooler than the original, though. That's for sure. The Iron Spider is this. The big time suit is this. The black suit is this. What else? Well, aside from all the bulletproof detailing, you could say the bulletproof suit is also this. Oh, what else? I'm trying to think. I don't know. A lot of them are like that. And I'm always going to favor the classic suit for the webbing. I think the biggest mistake any Spider-Man redesign can make is deciding not to use webbing. I think webbing is so awesome. Can you do reviews on Spider-Man comics? I've been wanting to, but I'm worried that I'm not fucking equipped to talk about that sort of thing. Like, I'm scared that... Well, because, you know... Listen, I don't want you to watch my video as opposed to reading the comic yourself. Let me say this right now. If I ever figure out how I'm going to do videos on comic books, I want to say this. Do not watch my video and think that you have read the comic and you understand everything about it. I want you guys to read comics without me, okay? I love comic books, and I think every Spider-Man fan that hasn't read the first 38 issues is missing out. And I want to make videos about those comics that don't rob you of the joy of reading them. So, yes, I want to do videos about comics, but at the same time, I want you guys to read comics. I really want you guys to just read comics. And I think making videos about comics in and of itself is very hard. Comics cost money, your vids are free. Okay, yeah, but you guys can pirate comic books. Look, you know what? I'm going to give you guys a resource right now. Check me out. Guys, you better have an ad blocker on your phone before you go on this site, okay? You better have an ad blocker on whatever you're using before you click this link. Boom. There you go. You can now read comic books online. I just sent it in the chat. Go read comic books, chat. Go read comic books. Yo, Kai, what's good? What's up, DeGoat? Famous chatter, DeGoat. Piracy is a crime. Are you advocating for crime? Guys, you are talking to a Spider-Man YouTuber that trespasses on buildings to get footage for his videos. I have always committed crimes. My James Cameron suit video, I committed a crime to make that video. My Stark suit, my Homecoming suit, I committed a crime to get you guys that video. My original 2099 suit video, crime. My Scott Johnson video, crime. What else? I don't know. I can't think of any more. Not something I'd admit on stream, Kai. Guys, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and lie and say I had permission to do those things. But I'm just saying. You know what I mean? Kai, I'm going to work on a Lego project that takes place when Peter returns home with the symbiote from his adventures on Battleworld. It'll be a relatively grounded piece, too. That sounds awesome, dude. I'm excited. Is your Spider-Man fighting Daredevil? No. They're going to be very good friends. You guys are going to watch this episode and you're going to be like, oh, damn, Spider-Man and Daredevil are homies. Hopefully. Will you have Jean DeWolf in the Sin Eater? There's a point. We might even animate this today. Okay, here we go. You know what? I'm just going to show you guys before we even fucking look at it. There is... Alright, Daredevil is going to call Spider-Man on the phone. And if you look closely... Daredevil is wearing a fat suit in Spider-Man's contact photo for him. Right? Now, if you do a little bit of thinking about that... Why would Daredevil be wearing a fat suit? That would imply that they have gone through... I think this happens in the Sin Eater arc. That would imply that, you know, that arc has already happened. So, yeah, I think this is a pretty big indicator that these two have a little bit of a history. So that's why Daredevil is wearing the fat suit on the phone. Is MJ going to be Spider-Woman multiverse episode? Bro, you guys are just making stuff up at this point. I don't want to do any multiverse stuff with my Spider-Man for a long time. Like, if I ever do anything Spider-Verse related, it's going to be very different than your typical Spider-Verse story. Like, if I ever did, like, a multiverse thing with my Spider-Man, it would be about how... I don't know, like he realizes that he's not real or something. Like somehow he comes to the real world where PSM exists and he's like, I don't know. It's kind of, it'll be like how Animal Man meets Grant Morrison. You know, my Spider-Man will come to my world and he'll be like, wait, you're my writer. Why is my life so horrible? And I'm like, well, I didn't make your life this way. Marvel Comics did. You know, I'm just adapting what they did to you. Or whatever, I don't know. And he's like, dude, my life sucks. Right? And now on top of that, I'm not even a real Spider-Man. I'm a fan animation? I don't know. I wouldn't imagine seeing this guy at the Spider Society, if you know what I'm saying. Will your Spider-Man be friends with the Human Torch? Yeah. I don't have any plans for them to... You know, I haven't animated anything where the two have interacted, but I certainly plan for them to be friends to each other. Why is my animator chopped? I just found out that I'm chopped. And also Unk. Kai, do you get all your knowledge from Mullet Man Comics videos? I mean, it depends on the subject. Like I'm not gonna sit there and ask Mullet about a question relating to Spider-Man comics. If I have a question, I'm gonna read. You know, I have a lot of comics I need to read. I gotta read Spider-Man Fake Red, dude. I gotta get around to that, but if Mullet, like, knows about a comic book, like, if he knows more about me on a certain topic because he's read something I haven't, like Daredevil. I've been asking Mullet a lot about Daredevil in relation to, you know, how he works in this episode. And just, you know, trying to get a understanding of how I could do Daredevil based off of what the character has already gone through. From Voiden Twitch, thank you for following. Somebody in the chat just asked me if I'd like the Sam Raimi symbiote with the original logo plus webbing. I think that's what that chatter meant. Yeah, that'd be cool. I'd really like that. I wish if the symbiote had messy webs on it. That's why I really like their Venom. I think symbiotes look really good with messy webbing. I want to do a symbiote that has like full messy webbing all over it. I've wanted to for years, never got around to it. Are you multi-streaming? No, not at the moment. I've pretty much given up on streaming on TikTok. TikTok has annoyed the shit out of me. Because on TikTok, I talked about this on another stream. On TikTok, right? If you're live streaming and some dickhead wanders into your stream, reports you for no reason, whole stream gets taken down. The report didn't even have to be based on anything. If you go live on TikTok, there's a fat chance you will be banned for nothing. And I think it's just because they are so preemptive when they decide to ban someone. They would rather just ban someone than not ban someone. Right? They'd rather be safe than sorry. And half the time, that gets your streaming license revoked. So I've gone live on TikTok and YouTube at the same time. I've logged into TikTok after the stream to be told that I've been banned, right? And I need to fucking update my license to be able to stream again. And And it's just annoying. Like, I hate having to fix that every time I've gone live. TikTok is turning into Roblox. What, are there pedophiles running around on TikTok? I would say TikTok has a better approach just because they play safe, or rather safe than sorry. It's annoying for me. I would say Roblox doesn't give a fuck. Roblox does not give that much of a fuck. Roblox will let those little kids get groomed. Let me just see how that looks so far. Not bad. Sorry, chat. I didn't mean to go completely quiet on you. Just, I guess it's a bad habit of mine. It's hard to believe I've already been live for like nearly 2 hours. Something about it just, does not seem right to me. Can your Spider-Man do the Neo bullet dodge move from the Matrix? I mean, he certainly could. That would probably be one thing that I think I should reference, if anything. You know, I probably am gonna have to animate Spider-Man dodging bullets, so I might as well just slip a Matrix reference in there. Why not? I think that could be cool. Kai, what do you think about Kick-Ass? I watched it like once. You know, just the first one. I didn't watch the second one. Or maybe I did and I just forgot. I don't know. I thought it was cool. You know, it didn't really stick with me too much, but it was definitely cool, I thought. I like the idea of anybody getting so moved by comic books and the stories within them that they just decide to be a superhero, powers or not. I always thought that was a really powerful thing. You know, because we as human beings, yeah, we're moved by comic books and the stories within them. What's powerful about that is, you know, the guy in Kick-Ass deciding to go out and fucking kick ass because of it, I guess. I always thought that aspect of the story was cool. Why do you say 6'7" before you send every message? Just this one chatter is like always asking me shit. And then adding like a million 6'7s before his message. Kai, what do you think about Carnage being in the Sam Raimi trilogy? In Spider-Man 4? I think this chatter is asking me what I would think if they did Carnage. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie, chat. Alright, I don't know a lot about Carnage. Alright, I'm not gonna sit here and act like I'm the Carnage expert. I haven't finished Maximum Carnage. I still have to read it. But Carnage... He always, like, rubbed me as the kind of guy that was just, like, shock value. I never thought of him as, like, a super cool villain that has the amount of depth that, like, Venom does, for example. Like, I always liked Venom more than Carnage because Venom had... You know, Venom had rules. You know, Venom had a reason for doing the things he was doing. He had a twisted sense of ethics, you know? He could be reasoned with. Yes, Carnage is a demonstration of how powerful the symbiote is and how scary it can be when the symbiote is out of control, but there's no nuance to that. To me. Or at least not that I perceived. I just don't like how one-dimensional the character has always come across to me. The only thing I like about Carnage is that, you know, he demands that Spider-Man and Venom team up because of how powerful he is. I like that part. This guy likes Kraven more than Carnage. Come on, you guys only like Carnage for the aesthetic because he looks cool. I want depth. I want depth, goddammit. There is no nuance to Ron DeSantis being evil. Sometimes no nuance, straight up evil, is the most accurate reflection of our reality. That's true. But at the same time, I would like there to be, like, some sort of character depth, you know? Like, people don't just do things for no reason. Even if it may seem that way, I like to believe that every human being does something for some reason, no matter how big or small that reason is. You know, no matter how much it seems like there is no reason, I like to think with the way people act, there is always a reason. And with Carnage, there's only one speed, and it's murder everybody in the room.
I made it. Wow, 2 years. Keep up the amazing vids.
Dude, thank you, Ree. Damn, you've been subscribed for a long time. I really appreciate that. The difference is that Ron DeSantis is a human being and Carnage isn't. Okay, look, I hate Ron DeSantis as much as the next guy. But I am glad that we live in a world full of Ron DeSantises instead of a world full of Carnages. Let me say that. Things could get worse. Alright, at least, you know, politicians kill you slowly by ruining your way of life. You know, there's still a chance in there. Carnage would just rip your fucking esophagus out and it'd be over. Are we gonna get a damaged Spider-Man suit? What, you mean like in my show or like make one? I think I could do a video about making one. I think that'd be sick. If I made a suit knowing I was gonna rip it to shreds, I think that could be nice. Who the fuck is Ron DeSantis? He's the governor of Florida. You know what, chatter? It actually bodes well for you that you don't know who that is. All you need to know is that he's the governor of Florida and that he sucks. He sucks, like, really badly. He is a Donald Trump dick rider. Well, at least he was for a little bit. He's just like... He's just like Donald Trump, but like zero charisma. Like Donald Trump is a piece of shit, right? But he has gotten millions of people to endlessly, mindlessly glaze him. Basically like going, all hail Trump. All hail Trump. Ron DeSantis does not have that kind of charisma. Ron DeSantis is a loser. He wishes he was Trump. All right, Trump has the ability to affect people with brain worms and make them stupid. Ron does not have that. He is a loser through and through. What's up with bad people becoming presidents / leaders? Well, chat, I'm going to be honest with you. Right? There has always been that political side of the world where the politics are, you know, we don't want to help people. That's the politics of some people. Some people's politics are legitimately wanting people to starve while corporations make more money. There are politicians that realize, hey, we don't have to have actual policy positions. We can just play on people's racism. Right? We can use people's own racism to get them to vote for us. That's what Donald Trump did. Donald Trump was literally like, the migrants are going to eat your fucking dogs. The migrants are less than human. That's what Trump was saying. Vote for me. And it worked. It worked. Well, to be fair, he did say he was going to fucking lower the fucking cost of living or whatever and make, you know, life more livable. But come on, dude. Everybody knew he wasn't really going to deliver on that shit. The only stuff he cares about is fucking putting the migrants in camps. So when the politicians realized that people could get you to vote for that, of course that's what they're going to do. I don't know. Can we please not talk about politics right now? Oh, come on. You're telling me you can't handle a little politics? I never understood people that don't like talking about politics. It's the real world. What's wrong with the real world? We can't talk about the real world? This is what's happening. If you don't like hearing about politics, it's going to take over your life. It'll take over your life, and you'll have no opinion on it. You'll know nothing about it. I mean, granted, ignorance is bliss. I get that. But, you know, if I didn't have any political worldviews, this show might be worse off for it, all right? Let me just say that. I hate the real world. True. Honestly based. But chat, I've gotten to the point where, you know what? I think it's fair to say. Oh, here we go. My mom's an immigrant. It honestly sucks seeing her have to go through so much crap because of Trump and his spineless disciples. Like, seriously, I think it's at the point, chat, where we can say that Trump supporters are not good people. Like, yes, all right, I know that's, like a milquetoast take, but like, I don't think you guys should be afraid to say that Trump supporters are horrible people, because they are. It's gotten to a point where their politics are genuinely just, we hate immigrants. That is the most powerful aspect of Trump's history. Like, that is probably the most effective thing Trump has ever done with his fucking power, is use it against immigrants. And at the end of the day, there are real people who will suffer because of what Donald Trump advocates for, what he has played to his base over. There are real people that are going to get hurt by that. And if you're a Trump supporter out there and you're hearing me say this, you can't separate that from your politics. Like, if you genuinely think that migrants are a scourge on America and they need to be taken out by force, you are a bad person. I'm sorry. To me, a migrant is no different than you or I. Like, it's literally just a person living, all right? We don't own the earth. We don't get to say, you know, you can't go here in this fucking large swath of the land just because I say so. All right? And if you don't listen to me, I'm going to put you in a camp and fucking, I don't know, brutalize you. Because that's what happens. That's what's happening right now. Chat, we do not own the earth. That's my take on this whole thing. I think any amount of separating, I just think separating migrants from Americans is a very slippery slope. And it's stupid. Kai, can we put the Dexter blood theme in the back? Chat, I'm going to get claimed.
Keith is so cool they gave me $4.99.
Thank you to Keith.
D, half the people they brutalize are just brown U.S. citizens.
Yup. It's gotten to the point where ICE is just going around and beating up any brown person they see. There are so many cases of regular American citizens getting harassed by ICE because they are suspected to be immigrants. It's horrible stuff. I also think the immigrant experience is essential to understanding the character of New York itself. I've been trying to get a lot into New York politics so I can understand the world I'm trying to write, you know? I definitely want to have a Zohran Mamdani reference in my show. Sorry, I don't live in America, so I don't really know much about what's going on there. Well, hopefully wherever you are, it's much nicer. Uncle Ben's killer also shot Sliwa 5 times in a taxi in 1985 or 1989. Dude, I should put that in the show. I should do like a rollback of all of Dennis Carradine's crimes, and one of them was shooting Curtis Sliwa. That would be awesome. Kai, are you making a Superior Spider-Man costume? I don't have any plans to at the moment, but I would like to. He's going quiet again. Sorry. Sorry, chat. I'm just so locked in. Kai, have you read the Kick-Ass comics? Chat, you guys know the answer to that. Come on, guys. You guys know I don't read unless it's Spider-Man. Come on, guys. I am functionally illiterate unless we're talking about Spider-Man. If Tom Holland got retired and the MCU rebooted, and we are blessed with a comic-accurate reboot for Spider-Man, how would your dream reboot be with Peter Parker as Spider-Man? Alright, I'm going to tell you what. This is how I would do it, alright? If Marvel came to me and was like, oh, great, PSM, how would you reboot Spider-Man? You have full power. I'd be like, alright. First of all, I would change the medium. Alright, I would say no. We are not doing Spider-Man in a movie. Alright, no more movies. TV shows. We're going by seasons. Alright? Every comic book is getting adapted into an episode. Alright? Episode 1, Amazing Fantasy 15. Episode 2, ASM 1. Episode 3, ASM number 2, and so on. Do rated R Spider-Man? I mean, I wouldn't really want to. I don't really think there's a huge... I don't really think I need rated R Spider-Man. I mean, if Spider-Man was rated R... I mean, the craziest thing I would probably have Spider-Man do is, like, I don't know, have sex or something. Show that man loving his wife. I don't know. Show that man in love with his wife. Kai, what do you think about Weezer? They got some good songs. Will Norman Osborn be a split personality like Defoe or just one personality? He's going to have just one personality in my show, but don't worry, chat. By the time... well, I mean, Norman's dead. Let me just get that out of the way. I don't... I know it's technically a spoiler, but... I mean, hell, that's not going to change in the show. Like, it's just the truth. Norman is dead. Norman is dead as fuck in my Spider-Man show. He is dead as hell. He is burning in hell as we speak. Bro, this chatter fucking types in the chat every time I go quiet for a second. You don't have to type. I'm banning this chatter. I'm banning this chatter. You do not have to type in the chat that I am going quiet if I go quiet for 5 seconds. That is so annoying. Oh my god, chat. You know what I just realized? I have pizza in the house. And it's good pizza. I fucking love pizza.
Keith is so cool they gave me $4.99. D, please don't tell me Harry will be a goblin in your show.
Ball right. Ball right. On that note, I'm gonna go get some pizza. DeKeith, thank you for the $5 and the horrible recommendation. I'll be back. I'm back. I'm back. Chat, I'm gonna be eating pizza, so I won't be able to animate for the next like couple of minutes. Is there anything that you guys want me to watch? Is there any like cool Spider-Man fan things that you guys want to tell me about? Come on, guys, give me some, you know, give me some good React content. You know? I want something I can really react to. Pocket-sized Spider-Man? You mean Spider-Man Pocket Edition? I've already shouted that out. I've shouted that out on stream a million times. You guys know that I love Spider-Man Pocket Edition. Spider-Man Prom Night. Let's see. This thing is an hour long. This thing is long, dude. I need some. We're not going to be watching it for that long. Somebody in the chat said 2 girls, 1 cup. All right, bro. Italian Spider-Man. Okay, I like that. Hold on. Because, chat, I've never seen this. I've never seen the whole thing. Okay, are we at a casino? What's going on here?
Sembra che siamo solo noi due, straniero. Di bene il tuo Black Jack. Desidera qualcosa da bere?
Black Jack.
Whisky. Va bene. Che ne dici? Alziamo la posta un po'? Una mano per la vostra vita.
All right, dude.
Va bene. Va bene. Deal.
Spider-Man, use your webs. Use your webs, Spider-Man.
Check. Check. Giocatori controllati. Mostrate le vostre carte, signori.
Wait, I didn't even see his cards. Huh? What the fuck? Oh my god! What is happening? What the fuck? Ah! Oh shit. That was kind of aura though. Chat. I can't lie. That was cool as fuck. That was cool as shit. Alright. I'm going to put my dish away because I finished the pizza. I'll be right back. I'm back. All right. No more slacking. Back to work. Oh, Mullet Man Comics is playing a video game right now. Instead of working on a video like me, I'm always working. I'm always grinding. Always. Chat, tell me if I should turn the music down. Kai, where does the ball right come from? It's funny. I heard Jinxie. I heard Jinxie say it once. I stole it from Jinxie. I'm sorry. Let me look this up. He fucking says, God, this is so brain rotted. Look at this.
Altogether,
What the fuck?
dreaming about another guy.
What? Okay, I've never seen the one where he adds all the extra shit on it. What? Yeah, that's what I was talking about. What song is playing? You're Not Here from the Silent Hill 3 soundtrack. Why can't it be Electro Monday? Dude, I forgot. I didn't know you guys knew the fucking. I didn't know you guys were big on the electro memes. Kai, do you storyboard your plots before writing and animating? I do a little bit of storyboarding, but I also do like if I'm heavily basing a scene off of a comic, then the storyboard I don't really do storyboards if I'm basing it directly off a comic, because at that point I'll just animate the panels. Ah, fuck. I don't know. Not fucking constantly unhappy with everything I draw, but maybe I'm just judging before it comes out. I don't like this song. I'm gonna change it so that we're listening to the Silent Hill 1 soundtrack. Why can't it be Electro Monday? Hey Kai, do you take DMCA free music recommendations? I mean, if you have any, sure. I'd still prefer to use video game music though. Somebody in the chat said, "Why can't it be Lizard Wednesday?" That's pretty funny. Oh my god, chat. We are nowhere close to fucking finishing. Why can't it be Big Wheel Wednesday? Why can't it be Sandman Sunday? Why can't it be Scorpion Saturday? Why can't it be the Wizard Wednesday? The Wizard. You guys remember the Wizard? I think that's a Spider-Man villain. I think I'm thinking of Will-O-Wisp. But I'm pretty sure he was called the Wizard at one point. Why can't it be Morlun Monday? Oh, chat. You want to know what I want to do that I haven't done in a long time? I really want to swing around on VR chat. Well, I mean, I did it yesterday, but I didn't do it live. That's what I haven't done in a long time. I'm scared to stream with my VR headset because my VR has been crashing a lot. Especially when I play the Spider Layer. I haven't tested it out with any other game. But my headset, whenever I land on the ground, my headset will just crash. Like my view will become desynced with the world and I am booted back to the lobby. If I do go for a swing this stream, that I won't be animating anymore at that point. I don't think I'll have the energy to animate. Kai, how many more frames do you need to animate? Well, I don't need to animate every frame, but this is an 81 frame animation. Any tips on how to animate character designs consistently? Whenever I animate my characters, they end up looking weird when I play the animation. How do you make a character design... How do you make it look so smooth and like the same character design? Well, you really have to have drawing your character down to a science. I would look at The Simpsons, right? And the way they draw their characters. I'm pretty sure there's like, not graphs, that's not the right word for it. But there's a lot of artwork out there breaking down, you know, each Simpson character and how they're, what shapes they're built of geometrically. It's good to have a mind for how your, what your character is built up on, down to the very, you know, shapes they're made of. So I think, you know, it's just good to have you drawing your character down to a science. You know, if you're struggling to draw your character over and over and over again, I'd say the best thing you can do is just create a way for drawing your character that you never deviate from. And I think that's the best advice I can give, is just be very familiar with how your character is drawn and should be drawn. Sorry, chat. I'm going to take the eyebrows out too, because those should move in the next shot. Quick question, Kai, have you ever played Bully by Rockstar Games? The most I've ever engaged with that game was when I watched PewDiePie play it as a kid. I've never played the game myself, no. Dude, I love this song. PSM, what are your thoughts on PSM? Dude, that guy is so fucking annoying. Like, that guy's always complaining about Spider-Man. He's always fucking, you know, he's never got anything nice to say about new fucking Spider-Man suits that come out. That dude pisses me off, honestly. I don't like the guy. Like, it's just like, all right, dude, we get it. You make Spider-Man suits and you don't like the new one that came out. Just fucking tweet about it and shut up. Am I right, guys? Am I right, guys? Like, who would sit around and watch that all day on YouTube? I can't think of anybody that would do that. What a waste of time. PSM, what a joke. I need to have his eyes move a little bit. Just widen them just a tiny bit. Have you seen Peacemaker? If so, what are your thoughts? I've seen the first season. I did not watch the second season. I was just so... I'm too busy to watch TV shows, guys. Like, half the time, nowadays, I feel like I cannot dedicate, like, a shitload of time to watching a show. I mean, like, be like, oh, this guy's so boring. He doesn't watch TV shows. I know. But, like, nowadays, like, I feel like I would be doing a disservice to a TV show because half the time when the show's on, I just want to work on something else in the background. And I don't want to do that, you know what I mean? Like, I want to pay attention. But I can't, you know, because I got so much shit to work on. So, I just don't even bother with TV shows half the time. Somebody in the chat said, PSM, more like Poopy stupid man. Yeah, that's a good one, Chatter. PSM, have you ever watched The Walking Dead? If so, what do you think about it? Yeah, I watched the I did a rewatch recently where I watched like I'm trying to think about where I am in the show. The show's so boring at this point. I'm at the point with the dude with the talking tiger, or not the talking tiger, sorry, the giant tiger, and well, safe to say the show is kind of at the point where it's a little flanderized. That's what I'll say. You know, the zombies have become flanderized. You know, they're not really serious anymore. They just kind of walk super slowly, and you know, they're easy to navigate. Not really a huge threat to anyone anymore. The first few seasons are really good. And you know, it's I don't know. It's not one of those shows I feel like you should stay up to date with. I feel like it's become crap. And I kind of stopped watching it just because I wasn't confident that the show was ever going to be good again. Again, like I really love the first few seasons. Did not want to watch anymore. They're in the woods. What are your thoughts on the Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man Season 2 leaks? I didn't know if there were any crazy leaks. I know they showed a trailer at Comic-Con, I think. I mean, no offense to the guys working on that show, but I'm not really, not super excited for whatever they're going to do with Peter Parker. I mean, like, Peter Parker is not the strongest part about that show. Okay, like, he is milquetoast. A very bland version of Spider-Man in Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man. He's very boring. I never really liked the newfound versions of Spider-Man where he just, you know, he never does any serious, you know, where there's never any serious deep diving as to why he's Spider-Man. You know, he's just Spider-Man. You know, there's no reason for it. Uncle Ben, don't know that guy. I never really liked versions of the character that sort of whiz past that whole thing. I think it robs him of all his complexity, and every adaptation that, like, is scared to death of Uncle Ben, I'm not, you know, like, I'm not there for. Like, any new Spider-Man adaptation that treats Uncle Ben like the devil, I'm fine. I don't need to see it. I'll live, you know. I think he does some cool stuff. I think he makes some great jokes. I think he is a very fun guy to watch when he's in the costume. The guy outside of it, I don't care for him. I don't really think he's interesting whatsoever. I think he's a very boring and bland version of the character. I think the show is starting tame, but it'll develop into a better show over time. I mean, that's an optimistic way to view it. But I think if the show didn't have anything to hook you with, I don't think it's ever going to have anything to keep you there with. You know, it's like going to a house party with no food, hoping that somebody brings food. I can't expect all of a sudden my needs to be met if there were no needs met in the first place, you know? I just don't think that show is going to suddenly develop into something really good. I mean, look, if you're not going to adapt the Uncle Ben stuff, if you're going to run right over the Uncle Ben stuff and pretend that it did, like, you know, pretend that it didn't happen, then I just don't believe that you're ever going to make a good Spider-Man. Like, if you're going to whisk over all the important stuff, I don't have any faith that you know what makes Spider-Man tick. You may have some good art direction. You may have a really pretty looking show. You may have a show that has a great, you know, visual feast for the eyes, as far as I could see. As far as I could say, looks like a great show, great comic book show. You know, it's got a really nice art style. That being said, that show does not give a fuck about any comic books ever. I just don't have any faith. I don't have any faith in it. I feel like it's not that crazy to say. There were redeeming qualities. There were other things that I liked. You know, like I liked all the side characters. I thought the side characters were cool. But in terms of building upon the stuff that we already like about Spider-Man, it did not do that whatsoever. That show did not do that whatsoever. '90s Spider-Man didn't acknowledge Ben? Dude, you did not watch the whole show. What's the best game of 2025 for you, Kai? That's kind of hard. I don't think I played a lot of new games today. Or not today, this year. Probably Silent Hill F. Hi, your channel. It's funny. Thank you, Cody. Alright, it looks like I'm gonna have to play Dispatch. I'm not getting out of it. You guys really want it. Alright. Fine! I'll play Dispatch. It's just 25 bucks, right? Like, there's no extra story pass I have to get, right? Like, I don't have to pay a shit ton of money to play the whole thing, right? No, it's $30. All right. I'm so bored. I'm so bored. I'm literally fucking melting my brain away by animating. Chat, I'm fucking dying over here. Can you show us a sneak peek of finished animation for the next episode? I love your art style. It reminds me of Spectacular. Thank you. Yeah, I'll show my I'll show some finished animation just so I can, you know, take a little break. Here's Peter looking into a microwave. Well, you guys already saw this shot earlier. What about yeah, here's a shot where MJ is grabbing his shoulder. Hold on. Somebody in the chat just said, my classmate got kicked from university because he watched too many Instagram reels, if you know what I mean. 3 years in university just to be kicked out. No, I don't know what you mean. How do you get kicked out of university for fucking doom scrolling? Can you elaborate? Huh? We all know what that means. I don't. What do you mean watching too many Instagram reels? What does that mean? What do you mean? Everyone in the chat is going, what the fuck are you guys? I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Was gooning or something. Okay, that's what that guy meant. All right, cool. Oh, bye PSM, bye Cosmos. Hope you have a good one wherever you're going. Excuse me, I burped. Sorry, chat. I had to do a little bit of texting. Alright, so now I need to look at Peter from the back. Okay, I gotta hold on to the really blocky shape his head is in. I'm gonna draw him before he gets, you know, really, like I'm gonna draw him cleanly before I draw him in the smear frame. Dude, the top of Peter's head is like a fucking apple. And it's like so fucking hard to figure out how that looks in 3D. At least when I'm drawing it. Kai, could you make a shirt with half of your version of Peter on it and the other half, the iconic Spidey half? You want like a half Peter, half Spider-Man shirt is what you're asking. Chat, I would make shirts like that, but I'm worried that Marvel would cease and desist me. I don't want to invoke the beast. You know what I mean? You know, chat, I have to be very careful with what I do. Because the only thing that could get me to stop being a YouTuber is, I don't know, if I make some fucking stupid mistake. Or Marvel shows up and they're like, hey, we want you to stop doing what you're fucking doing. That's the only way the lights get turned down or turned off around here. I feel like the shading on this looks fucking weird. Why does Peter shave his armpits? Oh, I guess I didn't even realize that. He doesn't have armpit hair. I don't know. I guess I just never bothered to give him armpit hair. Wasn't an intentional choice of mine. I guess I just didn't think about that. Peter is he's a hairless king. I actually like that. I like that aspect of the Insomniac universe, like the fact that like Peter struggles to grow like body hair. I always thought that part was funny. Kai, what do you believe should be the event or story that should be played as the finale to Peter's story? Well, I think there's a lot of jumping off points for the character where his story can end. Ideally, I think it should end with Peter letting someone else be Spider-Man and, you know, deciding to live a normal life filled with joy and no longer torturing himself with the guilt of his own failures. I always liked that as a, you know, as an ending for the character. Because I think, you know, ultimately, you know, if we want to learn anything from Spider-Man, what should be learned is, you know, that we should not be like Spider-Man. We should not be like Spider-Man in the way that, you know, we should torture ourselves for everything we've ever done wrong in our life. And if we fail, we should hold it against ourselves forever and force ourselves to use that failure to motivate ourselves. I think, you know, that's what we should learn from Spider-Man, if anything. So if we if I were to make an ending for Spider-Man, it would be an ending where Peter stops doing that. Peter no longer tortures himself with his biggest failures, and he just learns to accept himself, accept the past, and you know, be able to walk into the future without guilt or shame for what has happened. And I think that could be really beautiful, because I think Spider-Man speaks to people in the way that, you know, a lot of people I know, they just go through the world and they want to be good people, you know, they want to do good things, but they feel like it's hard. Being good is hard. I feel like that's what a lot of people relate to when it comes to Spider-Man, right? And, you know, there's so many things that, you know, we do in our lives that we look back on and we think, oh, well, I could have handled that better. Or, oh, I will never stop feeling guilty or ashamed of myself for this one thing that I did. Spider-Man is all about that. And I think naturally, a great ending that would really speak to the hearts and minds of humanity, I think, is one where, you know, somebody learns to stop punishing themselves for everything they're ashamed of. That would be my ideal Spider-Man ending. Somebody just said in the chat, I look like absolute Joker. This is fake news. I don't look like absolute Joker. Come on, guys. That's so mean. Kai looks like Jesse Pinkman. I'll take that. Jesse Pinkman is handsome. Now that's a handsome young man. Yo, bitch. Jesse Pinkman? You can't say that. You can't say bitch. Oh, yo, sorry, damn, I don't know. Kai, have you ever watched Chronicle? I have no clue what that is. All right. Let's see how that looks. I think I may have animated on the wrong layer for the latter half of that, but you know what? That's fine. Well, he has no mouth. I still have to add his mouth in there. There we go. Alright, I'm going to change the name of this layer since I just use it for the eyes and eyebrows. Okay, that's the eye layer. Now this is the mouth layer. I am Dude, animating feels like fucking beating my brain against concrete over and over and over again. That's what it feels like. Kai, I'm only mean so you don't get an ego. Well, I think I wouldn't have an ego even if you were mean to me, but I appreciate the sentiment. Or I wouldn't have an ego if you weren't mean to me, but I appreciate it. Staying humble is important. I'm going to sleep. Bye and good luck with the series. Thank you, Charles with a Z. I'm going to trust you. I've never seen this full series, but I think it's going to be good. Thanks, Cody. I appreciate that. I feel like a dog now. Dude, you can, dude, I can't even accept a compliment from one of my chatters without them feeling like I treat them like dogs, dude. What is going on? What is going on in this chat? Would you ever add any unknown joke villains like Wall or Big Wheel? I mean, yeah, I mean, I would like to have villains like that. You know, I'm not opposed to adding anybody. Oh shit. Spider Clownery, dude. Thank you for the 5.
Spider Clownery is so cool they gave me $4.99. D, I have a really cool concept in mind for your show. That one panel of Spider-Man in between Pete and Betty would go crazy like in ASM 30 like Ditko.
Yeah, I like having Spider-Man in his separation, like, you know, the way he seriously separates Peter from his loved ones. I would love to do some imagery like that in my show. I was thinking about it in the bathroom earlier. I think I could make a breakup arc between Peter and Mary Jane. I think I'd like to explore that. Now, I wouldn't break them up in a way that would, well, of course it would hurt, but you know, like maybe something like how JMS does it. And I wouldn't have Peter date anybody else in the time that they're apart. I wouldn't want to do anything like crazy. God, dude. There is nothing I hate more than animating lip sync. I'm not gonna chat. I'm not making this up. I'm gonna make a deal with Mephisto at the end of my episode so that I don't have to animate lip sync anymore after this episode. I'm not kidding. Like, I wish I was joking. I am going to make a deal with Mephisto. Yes, me, PSM. I am going to make a deal with Mephisto so that I don't have to animate lip sync anymore. Uncle Ben will not approve of Kai's actions. Bro, fuck Uncle Ben! He's not the one animating this shit. I don't give a fuck what Uncle Ben thinks. Uncle Ben, I'd like you to sit down, do a couple frames, fucking asshole. I don't give a damn what Uncle Ben thinks. Uncle Ben can... I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that. I was gonna say something inappropriate, but I caught myself. Why can't it be Mephisto Monday? Can you draw some younger Peter? I wonder what he would look like in your style. We drew a little bit of young, or we didn't draw, but you guys saw a young Spider-Man earlier. I was showing off some potential animation for adaptation of the origin. So you guys saw young Peter earlier, or at least I showed him to those viewers who were there. All right. Let's see how that looks. Look at that guy. Will you do any young Peter stories? Maybe. I don't know. I don't have any plans to at the moment. Would you be mad if I said your Electro costume is the best one? No, I would not be mad. I would be honored that you think that. You know, chat, I was thinking it could be cool if I did a... It could be cool if I did, you know, some comic recreations using Gary's mod, green screens, and all of my Spider-Man costumes. Because think about it, right? I could recreate ASM issue 9, right, with my classic Ditko suit. Or, well, it's my take on the Ditko suit, really. And you know, I use my Electro costume. I just, you know, I pose in front of the green screen like the characters do in the panels. The backgrounds will be Gary's mod or something. And I could just turn that into a video series. I think that'd be cool. Oh, I wouldn't be able to monetize it though. I guess it would be one of those things that's considered a Spider-Man fan work. Shit. God, dude. Why? Why did I decide to make my own Spider-Man show? Why did I do this? Why did I do this? Why can't it all be over? Why can't it all be over? Why did I do this to myself? Oh my goodness. Sorry guys, I just had a random bout of regret. Happens all the time. Hold on, chat. You know what? I'm going to bring this into a different program real quick. Oh my god, chat. I have not saved this frame since I started animating it. That's crazy. Never again. Okay, there we go. Alright, now I can work on this frame somewhere else. We're basically just making a zoomed in version of this background here. Oh, well. There should be some shading here. Dude, you guys should do... No. I'm going to stop myself right there. I just want you guys to know that I'm being completely unserious when I say this. And I'm joking. You guys should watch my... you know what? I'm going to remove the you guys element from it. Let me start over. If somebody watched my Spider-Man show and took a shot every time there was an animation error, there would be a death on my hands. There. That's what I was going to say. Fuck. Kai, can you do a video where you react to a fan-made Spider-Man design? I mean, that's pretty much what we've converted the live stream Spider Sona streams into, right? I would say. Finish it! Deliver us! Finish it! From evil! You and I, we're not so different. What about my generous proposal? Are you in or are you out? It's you who's out, Gobby. Out of your mind. Wrong answer! This is why only fools are heroes. Kai, why do you make amazing backgrounds? Oh, come on, guys. My backgrounds aren't that good. Kai, please do the Goblin suit. You must do a series making the costumes of the Sinister Six members. That could be fun. Kai, your Goblin impression is pretty good, I can't lie. Thanks. I wish I could remember the quotes specifically so that I could just rip them off. Your backgrounds are mid. Thank you. Thank you, Blaze. In spite of everything you've done for them, eventually they will hate you. You have a better Goblin voice than Peter. Damn, dude, this guy's saying I do a better Goblin than I do Spider-Man. Damn. Dude, you guys are cruel today. Would you be mad if Spider-Man got dubbed? What does that mean? What, like if somebody else came in and dubbed over my show? Yeah, I'd be a little mad. Not because, you know, I don't want people dubbing over Spider-Man stuff. More because well, here's the thing, right? I made my Spider-Man show, right? To me, getting to play Spider-Man in my own show is a reward for all my hard work. You know, I sat here animating this show for hours on end. The least I could do to reward myself is let myself play Spider-Man in the show. Now imagine some jackass comes along and is like, I'm just gonna take you out of your own show and I'm gonna dub over you. Yeah, I'd be a little upset. Make your own Spider-Man show so you can voice your own Spider-Man, you asshole. You imaginary person I've fucking thought up in my head. Avenge me! the heart, Osborn. First, we attack his heart. Oh, I just realized I'm still on the starting soon screen. Chat, it's done. The animation is done. Here it is. You can't do this to me. I started this company. Do you know how much I've sacrificed? All right, I'm going to export this. Kai, can you say we're going to have one hell of a time? MJ and I, we're going to have one hell of a time. Out, am I? Out, am I? There we go. That's how he says it, right? Jameson, you slime! Where's the photographer that takes pictures of Spider-Man? Oh, that hurts my throat. Sorry, chat. I'm trying to get an export out. Okay. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Here it is. So Peter is making food. MJ comes up and she's leaving and shit. Peter totally forgot she was doing anything today. He's sad. Mary Jane's not going to be able to talk to him. And then Daredevil calls. Chat, I've been live for fucking 4 hours, alright? I don't really feel like working anymore. So we're gonna do something else. I'm gonna go swing around on VR chat. That's what I'm gonna do. So let me get my setup ready here. I'm gonna get ready to start streaming on my headset. And I will be right back. All right. Chat, can you hear me? The mic quality should be way worse. And if it is, well, that means we're doing something right. Because I am on the headset. I'm gonna get rid of the Silent Hill music. Sorry, chat. No more Silent Hill bangers. No more Silent Hill bangers, chat. I swear to God, if it's making me log in. Okay, thank God. All right. Here we go. I'm in. Chat, I am literally in the virtual world. I am not going to watch Spider-Man Prom Night. All right. Worlds. Spider-Man world. Boom. Here I am. All right, that's where I'm going. If you want to join me, I'm in that room. There was some big symbiote event going on. I didn't stream it, but I played a little bit of it. It was cool. Why is my controller not working? Is he talking to me? He's talking to me. Oh shit. My controller's not working. Fuck. Oh shit, my controller's not on. Hold on, kid. Hold on, kids. Don't say anything. I'm back. Thanks, guys. You're awesome. I'm out. Don't leave. I'm here to swing. Okay, I definitely have to turn the rain off. Oh, man. Chat, I forgot how good it feels. Woo-hoo-hoo! I'm outside. All right, I got to turn off that rain. No rain. All right, there we go. Ugh. Oh, that rip in the sky is still there. That's cool. Ugh. We can only hear your voice and nothing else, Kai. Oh, that's weird. You guys can't even hear the game? Hold on. Let's see. What about now? Let's see. You guys hear that? That's weird. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't understand. What the hell? Oh, man. Damn! Chat, I don't know how to fix that. Shit. Well, I was going to stream VR chat, but honestly, it looks like it's not working. Chat, I think I might just wrap up the stream. I don't know. If it's not going to work, I'm not going to sit here and try to figure it out. I think I'm just good. Chat, thank you so much for joining me today. Thank you so much for all the donations I've gotten this stream. I'm going to take a second to thank all my donators. If the tab would work. All right. I want to give a huge shout out to Spider Clownery, DeKeith, Spider Ree, Venomous V, Hannah, Guy who's about to poop himself, DRP, Josh, Maybe Spidey, Eclipse. Thank you all so much for donating. It's guys like you who keep the stream running. I love you guys, and I'll see you all next time.